Good morning. I've just been going through while the starting stream message was up and working out some other stuff that'll need done. Notice this while video editing that needs kind of taken care of. Good morning. So that'll be something I need to do, and this. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's I do an update video on there at the end of the night most nights. At least I try to. Yeah, I need to update Twitch. We added one other person. So, I need to update our Twitch bio and haven't yet. I'm playing catch up. Plus, there's a new Threads account. The Threads account is playing catch up with the Instagram account because Instagram doesn't automatically cross-post. It really should. That'd be a nice feature. So that's a thing I'm dealing with. Plus, I'm doing the video editing for the Instagram videos, and I'm learning how to animate. That's the thing. I don't know how to animate, and I'm just learning. Those vids actually get a surprising amount of views. Alright. This will also require screen shake. The locust swarm doesn't require anything. It's just a persistent effect that'll despawn itself eventually. Blood boil. I'm not sure how blood boil should work. We also should have a healing spell of some kind. Okay, so we need a heal the dead spell. Sorry, I was responding to a message. But there we go. Create card. Implement spell. This one's going to be kind of fun, especially in the way it works. It'll end up calling add health on everything in the area. Not sure what the effect should look like. Welcome back. This one I'm kind of thinking will be... Or not that one. This one I'm thinking will be... Well... Enjoy your time with your friend. I'm thinking this one's going to be kind of like... I'm imagining like the Dalek mines from Doctor Who. Yeah. These. I'm imagining like a field of these around the angels that are kind of opening and closing out of sync of each other. I think that'd be kind of cool. This is such a creepy scene for Doctor Who. So, that's a good question. How to gain motivation while working on a project, especially games. My motivation to work has been really low. I need to get it back up. That's fair. I have to force myself to do it sometimes. I think the thing that helps me most is stuff like this, where I like to sit down and come up with an idea and then build that idea. Breaking it and doing this, where I've broken it into a ton of smaller pieces, has helped a lot with the motivation part, because every day I know when I sit down what I can do next. And usually after stream, and sometimes at the end of stream, I sit down with this list again and tack onto it, and then if we go to the previous day, it just grows and shrinks as we go back. But, yeah. we're now at a point where I'm adding more, so these will get removed pretty fast, I think. But breaking everything down into smaller bite-sized pieces helps me a lot. Because every day that I sit down, I know what I'm going to work on, and if I don't want to work on one thing, I know what other thing I can. Like, what else has to be done. Like, I'm avoiding this. I'm avoiding this right now. I don't think that this will be particularly hard, but I am avoiding it because I don't feel like learning how Godot does A-star pathfinding. And instead, I'm working on the spells because the spells are fun. But I will probably not do all of the spells. I'll probably do, like, you know, half of them. Go up here, end up doing the A-star pathfinding and knocking out a couple of other bugs like the animation tree thing. And then go and do the other half of spells. I always try to keep some fun things for myself. Also, coffee. Coffee helps. An absurd amount of caffeine. But that's how I try to maintain motivation. I guess it's probably like a person-by-person thing. But yeah. I feel like I get really motivated when I'm in the middle, like, end working on something and not at the start. So my guess is what's happening is that, like, you're opening Unity. I'm going to open Godot because it opens faster. And you're doing, like, this. And you see this big empty editor. And that's, like, kind of demotivating. Like, when you open a new project, there's nothing motivating about this. And for me, the thing that I find that has helped, and it's part of the reason I've never automated it, is first thing I'll do is I go in here, I create my folders. I start building out my project structure. I know roughly how every project is going to be because I've been doing this. I did this in Unity. This is how I stayed motivated in Unity and got the initial startup. And then, like, I will go in and then I'll go and say, okay, well, I need a 2D scene with something in it to test. I'm going to do this in a simple way because platformers are simple. I'm going to do a static body 2D. I'm going to give it a collision area. Or a collision shape. Get the square. Make it big and wide. Drop it down here. Save, go ahead and then open up a new one and then hit 2D scene and then... Actually, I didn't mean to click 2D scene. Other node and then go character body 2D. And then add a collision shape. And add a square. And then drop in, like, the Godot character as a node, as an icon. Right? Like, just go through and get some very quick stuff, and then whenever I'm ready to test, I'll just go up to debug, visible collision shapes. I don't need graphics, and I can start testing something. The first thing I try to do is get a basic project structure, and then get a character set up, because that gets me wanting to do more. Because once I kind of, like, it's like I have to reinforce to myself that I can do the thing. It's kind of like imposter syndrome. I just have to reinforce to myself that I am capable of making games or software. And I do that pretty similarly with everything. I'm going to delete that project now. God, there is so much in here. A lot of test stuff. And 2 missing projects, apparently. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know if that was helpful, but if it wasn't, I'm sorry. If it was, good. I'm glad it helped. I'm yeah, I am struggling a little bit with the motivation thing because I have YouTube videos that have to be made, and that's a lot. That's a lot. I've been learning slowly through the Instagram stuff how to do video editing, which has been helpful. That's been useful. But that's a whole thing in and of itself. I'm thinking right now. I just, like, the spell for Shield the Dead caught my eye here. I'm thinking how that's gonna work, because I wanted to apply some kind of shield effect to them, though I'm not sure what that looks like yet. And then despawn after a period of time, but that means that that'll have to follow them. We'll go ahead and do the fireball first, because that's going to be easy. The fireball and the firebolt are almost identical. In fact, card-wise, they are identical. We're going to open up the card book. That's convenient. I like that I made this kind of easy to update. Firebolt's the one we already have. Firebolt and firebolt, good. 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 I'm excited to see what you make. That helps me a lot with inspiration. I think playing games in general helps me a lot with inspiration. I've been playing a lot of Binding of Isaac, which is where a lot of the spells stuff came from. Also, like, just even outside of, like, video games, like tabletop RPGs, like Vampire the Masquerade. Vampire the Masquerade has this super complicated spell system in the middle of the book. And I went through here and combed through the entire spell system of Vampire the Masquerade and just used the naming of some of their spells for inspiration. And that was really, really helpful to me. Years ago, I did a similar thing. I made a Fallout text-based adventure game. But I did all of my balancing and stuff based around this tabletop RPG. This is the TTRPG that Cyberpunk 2077 is based off of. Cyberpunk Red. Cyberpunk's a really cool TTRPG, kind of like D&D, but it has much better handling for firearms because it kind of has to. Oh, come on. House of Leaves was getting in the way. But that is something I find very helpful, is going through, like, old tabletop RPG books. I really want to do, like, a VR investigative, like, Call of Cthulhu style game. Especially because it's the only way, like, I'd have to do it in 3D. It's the only way I could, like, make the cosmic horror feel good. Because cosmic horror doesn't inherently have to be scary. Like, that's not necessarily the point. The color Out of Space is quite literally a story about seeing a color that doesn't make any fucking sense. And that color, by the way, is purple. Lovecraft spends, like, 3 paragraphs. He spends 1 paragraph telling you, this color can't be described, I have no idea what I'm looking at, and then spends 3 paragraphs describing purple. And I think you could get across the, like, scale of cosmic horror in VR really well. Ran across some, that's a great question. Let me see if I have a copy of Color Out of Space on my desk. Let me see here. This was something cool I ran across this morning. This dude. It's been doing like a few days of artwork. Let me see here. Lovecraft stuff. That's Dagon. The Afterlife. His very unfortunate opinions on race. They're not unfortunate. They're just bad. It's just straight bad. There's no excusing that. Lurking Fears Festival, Shunned House. The Color Out of Space, 372. Color Out of Space is kind of a long short story. But yeah, it's a story of him effectively trying to describe a color. It's not a good story. Color Out of Space sucks. Arkham Hills. I have dyslexia, but I can, to an extent, speed read. I just went mad in September after a visit to the well. Waving his arms. Okay, so we're getting to the part about the color. Nothing, the color it burns cold. Yeah, this story is effectively about people seeing a color and they can't comprehend it, so they go insane. And that color is purple. Behind no trail and disappearing through around. I think the color is also sentient. But not any color of our earth or heavens, and because Amy recognized that color and knew that this last faint remnant must still lurk down there in the well, he has never been quite right since. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it's 3 paragraphs. I didn't think I got the number of paragraphs right. Yeah, it's a story effectively about a sentient color in a well. That color is purple. And it drives people insane. Lovecraft is a bad writer. Lovecraft is a terrible, terrible, terrible writer and a very, very bad person. Or was a very bad person. He's dead. Long since dead. But the concept and the genre he created are cool. So at least we got that to work off of. He is also very repetitive in his writing. I used to, on slow nights, me and a buddy of mine, when he worked at the bar here in town, I would go there and sit at the bar, and I would read him short stories out of this book while he worked. And that was like a thing we did a few times on a Friday. Did I change the name of the card in here? Firebolt projectile spells. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Not updating Power Toys right now. Targeting overlay, instantiate, spell path, firebolt _ spell. Open up the card. Alrighty, well, have fun with your friend. I will probably still be streaming, depending on how many hours you two hang out. Spell, timescale, spell manager, spell to cast, card model, .name. Okay. And in the card book, it's Fireball, right? Oh, I must have changed its name temporarily last night. Okay. That all looks correct. That all looks correct. Alright, so we need a firebolt image. Technically we have a firebolt PNG, just not for cards. And the firebolt PNG does not look very good. None of the PNGs look very good. That's kind of the whole reason Felicia's doing the art. Alright, how big of an area is that? Card swap. Do I not have just the card? So, like 64 by 112. Actually, we'll just go. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, 96 by 112. And then we want the NES color palette. I'm gonna do something real basic here for the firebolt. We'll do this, grab like that green, and we'll hit G. And then M. What do I get if I Google firebolt? Let's look for inspiration. Also, dropping this in our game dev Discord for Felicia. I don't like that I'm learning to recognize lo-fi songs immediately as soon as they start playing. I get the Harry Potter. Like, the obvious answer is just fire, but I don't like how cool the Magic the Gathering cards are. Is that wrong? I want them to not be cool. That's what I want. I want the Magic the Gathering cards to not be cool. You know what? This is kind of neat. Let's rip this into our own style. Put this on the other screen. Okay, perfect. If you want to ride tomorrow afternoon or evening, we can do that too. Also, I was thinking about posting to Instagram how I'm... I don't know. Alright, let's try... So we've already got a green color we like. Let's hit Shift L. Wait, can I do that now? Hey, I can do that without paying. That's cool. I had a bike accident a while back. And yeah, couldn't hit Shift L with one hand without like significant pain for a bit. So it lowers the first... So it does the first bit. So we can go out like this, and then in like that. And then something like... Something like this. That's a little much. Go out and down first. Do like that, and then... this. That, and we'll go okay, and then like this. And then we'll do something like that. Sorry, I'm being so quiet. Just trying to get something, you know, marginally decent here. I don't pixel art good. I pixel art okay. I was talking with another streamer about that stuff last night. And we both agree we can pixel art okay, but music is a struggle. Music's a real struggle. You know what, yeah, that's fine. And we'll do this, and then we'll do this. So we'll go something like, I don't like that. That's not chunky enough. There we go, that's better. that and that. Do something like this. And then we'll do something like that. And then maybe that. It's not great, but it looks okay. Yeah, I think that's like passable. We'll shift up a few pixels. We're only leaking over one on the side, on each side. Something like that. That's fine. And we'll call that Firebolt. And then we need cards, icons. See, we have Fireball. And then we'll do Firebolt.png. Alright. So now if I start this, since I've edited the numbers, I think that's all I have to do to add a card. Let's see if I remember my system correctly. Full screen it. And we have a Firebolt. And we can buy it, and we can put it in our list. And then we'll see if we can cast it. Should be able to. We'll just, real quick. Okay, so no, can't do that. Why? What is null? The given key Firebolt was not in the dictionary. Which dictionary? Ooh, I know what dictionary. It's our spell book. Our actual spell book has to like maintain its own thing. Spell containers, spell manager. That should have called the spell book the same way I called the card book a card book. That. All right. Also, we should do a try get value there and fix that bug. So we're going to open the card. Summon pressed. Game mode is game. Spell instance that. Spell to cast is equal to this. And then it breaks. And then that. Oh, that's right. It's in the spell manager. It's this. So we can do spellbook.try get value key value out spell. I don't know how this works in memory. And then we can do an if statement like that. Count greater than 0. So if we have a spell, I want it to return something, just maybe the wrong spell. So we'll do debug console.instance write error. $sign spell value not in spellbook. Returned no prepared instead. And this will just be the first spell. And then I think we can do spellbook dot values 0 wait Can I do? I didn't think I could do array indexes. Dictionary string to... Let's just do use link and do dot first. And then we'll just do spellbook, and then these are all coming from the spellbook, so we'll go ahead and put that in. There's a joke in the computer science world that programmers are just wizards, and that what we do, it looks like magic to people. I've never felt that was like totally true until like right now. Because this is the most wizardly I've ever felt while programming. It is definitely a motivation booster to say that, though. Yeah. So now that shouldn't give us any debugger errors. It'll just prepare the first thing. And go ahead and close that and restart it. Now it should work, but we should still see the message in our debugger that we, or our debug console. Oh. I bumped my mouse. So, we can actually test this, because we don't have a fireball spell, but we do have a firebolt. Cost needs updated on that. So, no messages. If we click that, prepared firebolt. If we click, I'm hoping we can get like 2 of them at once. There we go. We get that. So now we can do fireball. Spell fireball not in spellbook, prepared firebolt instead. Perfect. And it just gives us the first one. That's nice. Cool. And we don't have any errors in our debugger, which is good. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid, was errors in the debugger. All right, so let's try and add a fireball now. Let's create a fireball spell. Fireball is going to be like firebolt. In fact, they're going to be virtually identical. The big difference is how big these are. So they're going to have a larger radius. So let's create a 2D scene. We'll call it Fireball. Paste. Maybe. Okay, well, you had that. Copy nodes. Paste nodes. There you go. All right. Doing that to save us a lot of time. Our big thing here that we're going to want is to up this. So we're going to make this like 80. It's like double the area. Likewise with you. Energy, range, shadow, transform. They just do that. Yeah, cool. And then you. Now, temporarily, we're going to disable one shot. We'll turn it on. And we just need to go down to, I think it's draw. No, it's not drawing. Process material, spawn, velocity. And we'll up the radius just a little further. Because I actually like the way that looks. Let's keep that going so I can kind of see what I'm doing here. And let's go in here and we'll change the minimum from 0. Right? So that looks good. Yeah, I like that. So we can save that. That's our fireball spell. And we can go into prefabs, spells, firebolt spell, fireball spell. Save it. We'll go up here and we'll turn off this emitting. Now, two big things. Thing one, not that. It's this one. We need to disable that. Now, our script. Be a new script, fireball. It's going into scripts, spells, and it's not just fireball, it's fireball I cast spell. We're gonna create two folders here. We're gonna create a cast folder and an implementation, and we're gonna actually make these use public namespace. Actually, it's just namespace, isn't it? Yeah. Namespace is tab necromancer.scripts.spells casts. And then in here is where we'll put this. This is really to save us a little bit of time overall. Like, otherwise our naming can get confusing. It doesn't have to, but it can. Yeah, this is just queue free. And then we do public override _ ready. And then up here we need a reference to our GPU particles. So private GPU particles 2D. Particles 2D. That works. And then particles 2D.restart. And there we go. Now we have a fireball. Now, the other thing we should do. I'm going to come down here to the spells, and then we're going to create... I guess we'll create casts. We have cast. I guess we'll create spell or implementation. Could call it ritual. So these are just the actual implementation separate. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait to do that. We'll talk about why in a minute. It's mostly just going to be more difficult if I do it that way. So I can do fireball like this. Do public. And we just do an I spell. Hey, and it contains all the information we want. So spell name is fireball. I think that's how you... It's wholly 2 L's. I was a bad Christian. Is Itch still down? Itch was having like some severe issues last night, yeah. I don't know if there was a big game jam going on or what. I think itch.io is still down. Holy shit. That's the plant, and then 1L would be Blight Bible. Okay. I guess it's an 80 unit. It's more than that. It's more than that because we increased it after the fact. 105. The unit conversions in Godot are weird. Most game engines work in concepts of meters, and I think you can even change a lot of them to imperial units, which is bad. You shouldn't do that. You should just work with meters. Godot says fuck that to both things, and Godot says we're just gonna use pixels because pixels make sense. So yeah, that's a thing you'd have to deal with in this engine. Paths dot spells, yep, and then slash spell name .tscn. Spell type. We're going to say this is targeted. And then we have cast and prep. These are important because of how, like, AoE spell, not AoE, instant cast spells are going to work. So the idea here is that in prepare, you would just call cast with, like, vector 2.0 as your default. In prepare, you would just call cast for instant spells, and then you're done, right? And then that does the whole resetting and all that good stuff. We'll just make sure. Yep. Radius, get set. And in this case, it's going to be 105. And I think I can do this, because I think everything's like precompiled, right? Yeah. Also, this technically I think counts as an action. Like, you can do like actual comparisons in here and all that stuff, which would be interesting. I think you could even do equal. That would be a that would definitely be a lambda action. Anyways, not important. Spell path, no 2D, spell global position, spell container, .instance, .add childs. I should create a spell base. I could. That implements iSpell. That's tempting. Just thinking out loud. Sorry. And then you. Yes. Okay. Cool. So now we have Fireball. I still need to check my card book because I think that those should have updated price. Right? Or did I not update? I did. No, I did update the cast price. Card model is owned. That's part of card model. Uh-huh. We'll know here later because I'm going to add more spells today. But that should have been 50. Card is owned. And then we clear cards. Ooh. First, current.cardModel.price is equal to card.price, and then do this. That's what happened there. Card model maintains the price, but if we're just setting the card model back, then you're getting your old price. This is mostly so that whenever I update the game in the future and I add new cards, I can just go in here, add the card, and we're done. Excuse me, and the user doesn't lose any data. That has always pissed me off in games like this whenever I played them extensively and I unlocked a bunch of stuff and they release a new update. And instead of just planning ahead for forward iteration in their save files, they don't, and you lose a bunch of stuff, and that annoys me. I don't like losing a bunch of stuff if I've already done it, and I don't care that they necessarily got a card for a cheaper price. This isn't a multiplayer game, at least at this point. I have thought about that. I have thought that it could be interesting to allow another player to play like God. And you do a competitive sort of deal. I would have to change the card system to not pause the game, but that's not that complicated to do. That would actually, I think that'd be one line of code, and I think that would actually make a lot of things easier. But it is something I've considered. Doing multiplayer in here could be fun, but I'm not sure I want to learn it. I'm not sure I want to make a multiplayer game. Somehow I ended up being the one that does our social media, and I think of all of us, I am the most anti-social. That's, I don't think, true. Felicia might beat me, but when it comes to social media, at the very least, I think Felicia interacts more than I do. At least up until this week. This week has been fun. Interacting with people, getting to see really cool art, complimenting a bunch of artists. Seriously, I never sat down and just kind of looked at Instagram until recently. But holy shit, there are so many good artists, just out there. This person. This person's art's amazing. And so much more. This is awesome. I love this stuff. This has been really, really neat. And I think that's cool. And I feel like these people don't get enough credit. Especially when I look at their comments. Like, yeah, they get likes, but there's no one, like there's not like a ton telling them that they're doing an amazing job, and they are. They're doing truly, truly amazing work. And I love that. That's really cool. So that's been really neat to find this week. That's fixed. That's done. I have to do a grasping dead thing, don't I? Yeah, I'll have to do that. That's fine. We're gonna go in here, save that. Hit play. I'll set Bones and Icar pretty high this time. This will fix itself whenever if I deleted the file, or I could create a command to just fully reload my cards if I wanted. That'd be interesting. We're gonna set Bones to like 10,000. See it ticking up there. I want to add like some kind of effect, and it will probably be a sound effect too, but I think we should do like some kind of screen space shader. That'd be interesting. I feel like that's not as big as I want it. Like, that's a size, but then we have this. Is it not loading the spell, I wonder? That's a possibility. Let's see. Yeah, spell 5. Okay, so I didn't put the spell in the spell book. That's okay. That's easy. I could create like a little text tool in here to add the spells to the spell book if I wanted. What's that one? Why would it give me both? Spell. Why are you upset? Yeah. Because you have cast. You shouldn't have cast. You should just have spell. This is a thing I do that's like... It can be confusing, admittedly, but I like it. So we have this Firebolt Ice spell. We're going to change it to just Firebolt. Save it, and then we're going to go down here, and we're going to change the text of it to Firebolt, and then we're going to move it into spell. No, because it doesn't have a namespace right now. We will add a namespace. .scripts, .spells, and then this is spell. And then we'll just cut this and paste it up there. This is something that whenever you're doing, if you mess it up, it can cause pretty serious errors in your code. It's not a big deal. They're pretty easy to fix. But it can happen. But it's not something to be worried about. So we'll do this. We'll do that. Let it build and have errors. Yeah, I know there's errors. I don't care that there's errors. I'm fixing them. Well, I'm causing them, but... .spells. I know. And then this is a cast. And then from this point forward, we won't have to worry about this so much. We'll just create everything in here. And then we'll change the text here to just be Firebolt. Right? And throw that into cast. Nope. Alright. Now, let's build it and see what errors we cause. There's bound to be at least a couple, probably mostly related to Godot. Yeah, like this. Actually, this one would have been fine. This is the fireball. Ah, that's something I need to do, though. And then firebolt. Yeah. You see this? This doesn't exist anymore. But we have the firebolt here. We use that, and then just drop our particles in like that. Pretty easy. That should fix every problem we were having. I should really make these guys. How would I, though? Could do a code generator. Yeah, that's a problem. I could make it a file, I guess. If I wanted. But then you have to think, like, how do you store that information? Like, how do you store what it does? You could do a binary file, but then you got to rebuild it. Store the class name. Tell it what it's creating a new of. And do that stuff. That'd be possible. Especially because this information up here is static. Regardless, let's go and check out that fireball spell. Let's see how that works. We'll go ahead and set the bone count up. That's a bigger number than I meant, but that's fine. So we have Firebolt, just so we can remember what Firebolt looked like. And then we have Fireball. It doesn't despawn because I forgot to hook that up and turn emitting, or set this to a one-shot again. But that's fun. Go ahead and do this. Despawn. Connect. Done. There we go. That's cool. That makes me happy. I think that that's neat. And it took us, I don't know, 15 minutes of like actual work. I've been streaming for like an hour and a half, but a lot of that was talking and not doing this and then remembering how my system worked. But yeah, like this didn't take us long. So we can go ahead and mark both of these off of the list now that we have the card. Let's do premonitions. Interesting because premonition is going to involve like drawing things on the screen, drawing sprites at like the edges. Shield the Dead's going to be a little interesting too, because it's going to do something kind of custom. Evolve's cool. The Evolve spell is how do I describe that? The Evolve spell is going to be used to like transition and upgrade cards as you play. So you could start with like a mage and end up with a lich. I also think I kind of want it to do just like a general upgrade too. Like if it doesn't actually have a direct upgrade path, it just like ups the damage or the speed or something. I don't know necessarily what it would upgrade yet. especially on the mages and the timed entities, because timed entities are weird. Timed entities have, or timed entities, I think, are what I'm calling projectile entities in my code. But they do their own sort of, their damage is separate from them. Like, they don't know how much damage they do. The projectile knows how much damage it does. It's very Binding of Isaac in that manner. Though Binding of Isaac might be aware of it to an extent, but if I was building that game, I wouldn't do that. I would cache as much as possible, so that I'm not reinstantiating stuff. I don't know how Edward McMillan goes about that. Wonder if I reached out if he'd answer an email. Probably. But I'm going to step away, use the restroom, I think, and then I think we're gonna do my coffee, and then I think we're gonna do probably Heal the Dead, and then we're gonna try making Grasping Dead work. Grasping Dead's gonna be interesting because we have to apply a status effect to the angels. We want them to slow down, which involves actually modifying some stuff that are some like deep core systems, and I think that'll be interesting. That'll be fun. So give me a moment. I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Ooh, that'll be fun to watch later. Linus Tech Tips just posted a new video. They let me disassemble a supercomputer. That's cool. Alright. First, heal the dead. What does this look like? What have other creative people done? Let's see. Just searching the phrase. What does that look like? We got a necrotic wound. We got the crosses thing. Healed to death on Steam. Interesting. A healer roguelite. Huh. Interesting idea. Kinda cool. Lot of Jesus stuff. That's what we're getting. Jesus does raise a lot of dead. What if I type D&D? Should get some fan art. Bone Cobbler is one of the more generous names given to artificers who dedicate their talent for creation to the tasks of necromancy. So artificers seek to understand the physical mechanisms by which life persists, hoping to unravel the very mysteries of life and death. They sew, hack, and bolt flesh together to create enhanced undead minions, and many even choose to alter their own bodies using magical prostheses. Crafted with necromancy. I played a character that did this well before artificers. Like, we're in the game officially. That's interesting, though. What is... Let's look up a healing sigil. Like a couple of them. That looks vaguely Solomonic. Let's see. What's this person's Pinterest page say? I would like the image that I actually clicked on, though. That's protection. Excuse me. Travel. Love astral. Oh, wow. It would be really interesting. It would be really interesting for some of these spells to, like, they start off animating in, like, a sigil on the ground before they, like, explode and do their thing. And then while the effect's going off, we just make the sigil go away. That'd be interesting. Hey, I know some of this. I learned the Aramaic alphabet forever ago. I learned that back in high school. I was really into weird, like, alphabets and stuff. guess I still am. I still think that that stuff's cool. Nope. If you're wondering why, even though the art's being redone, I still spend time on art, it's because I've been asked to. The person who does the art finds it much easier to work if I give her something initially to work with. And I like looking at this stuff because this stuff's interesting. Those are just glyphs that are useful. If I'm not mistaken, there's like a Solomonic seal for healing. Like a Solomonic sigil. I'm misspelling Solomon there. But Seals of Solomon, it still gave me what I wanted. Hey, if you've ever wondered how to spot a Nazi, look for something similar to that, but with feet at the bottom. It's also usually mixed with another sigil. That's a common thing, though. And in case you're wondering about credit, yeah, I keep a running list of things that I use for inspiration. Yeah, it's usually mixed with that one. The heart. Insult like Shakespeare, that's interesting. Scrolling Pinterest, scrolling Pinterest. Sorrow, lust, no, more, no. Let's look up that. The 72 demons of the Arshkoisha. Let's do there's health and hell and Thelema. Why does folk religion feel insulting? That's interesting. I feel like these two should be the two like largest. There's that one scene in that movie where the guy talks about there are three major religions: Christianity, or Judaism, the original edition, Christianity, the most popular edition, and Islam, the second most popular, the new second most popular edition. And then he brings up the Book of Mormon. He goes, the zany spin-off edition. Evil Eye. Oh, let's look up full killing magic. That should have a C in it. Just not all. It should just also have the K. I am looking for sigils specifically. I want something other than just herbs. Show me people who think that you can heal by praying. That's what I want. Interesting. Very interesting. This is very close to what the traditional Wiccan pinnacle stands for. I have books on a lot of woo-woo shit, just not like this. Sigil magic. I should really, buy a copy. Hey, Hayden, if you're watching, get us a copy of these. Mostly Felicia. Could be interesting. That's Elden Ring. I can't steal those. Using religion as inspiration is totally fine. If I use these as inspiration, that's less okay. Also, these are just general schools. Blood magic and Elden Ring's neat. I like that as a concept. I love the idea that you could make a game where you could have a constitution-based wizard. Their whole thing is to damage themselves, to do massive amounts of damage back at you. Which could be cool. Love, prosperity, harmony, success. Word against tampering. I don't even need healing necessarily. I just need good health. Healthy bones and joints. Perfect. Oh, what is your licensing? Let's look at your blog. Maybe. We'll see if we look at your blog. Hey, this is a good person. Peddling garbage. This is actually great. This person's like, hey, a chronic illness is a chronic illness. No sigils will cure a chronic condition. So keep that in mind. To be clear, the majority of religions like this focus on positive affirmations. Joel will be sure to link back to this blog post. It's under a Creative Commons license. Let's see if I remember what CC is. I don't, but... Can't use this one. They put it under CC BY and CSA. Damn. Do. I like mixing weird stuff like this in, so I would love it if I could find something. An inversion of that could be interesting. Because you could do an inversion of life and birth. That could be, as well as somewhat insulting. It could be interesting. I was actually thinking about making the gameplay more lively last night. Well, this morning? Question mark. Dreams are hazy. They're weird. This is all Elden Ring. What are you? That's cool. ADD is winning. Still neat. Like, our summoning sigil in the center that we use in our game, like if I hit play, that sigil is a variation on a hexagram. Actually, I think it's 2 hexagrams inverted inside of each other, is what I ended up doing. But, yeah. Yeah, that's a variation on a hexagram. Specifically, the unicursal hexagram. It's just that I also have these 2 horizontal lines. Which is really the only thing differentiating it. And we still won that round. Kind of cool. Kind of neat. You make some sense. You should do less damage. Just like for now. In the end, doing 25 might make sense if we base everything around 100. Game balancing is going to be hard for this. There's going to be a lot to do. Close that. It would also be cool to do a, like, the final thing, create a point light and use that as the texture. Because then the sigil could glow for a moment. Or while it's there. It would vary based off of what we were doing. Like the fireball, it doesn't make sense for that to happen, but for like the healing, it does. It makes sense for the sigil to kind of glow. What channel is this? Oh, this is Google Play Books. Oh, it's an audiobook preview. Cassandra Eason. That's interesting. The job safety one I know. The good luck one I know. You would think that... Actually, you know what? I bet it's not, because it'd be a really easy thing to disprove your religion. Let's do Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, damn it. I don't care, Google. I love that most of the spells are not very creatively named. It's just X Blood or Blood X. Yeah, so they just quite literally use a blood drop. And then if I do this, I just get all kinds of shit. Something on Facebook. Let's see if that's consistent. Like if I just search at the very least it's common. That could be interesting. Yeah, question. Oh, geez, that's a long question. does sound sussy. Thing is, like, a lot of people, right, like, sigils typically are created by people on their own. Let's do rune instead. Modify the search. Good thing it is consistent. Oh, what to do? Yeah, what I heard. I feel like this is going to become one of those things where I have to reach out to people on Reddit and be like, hey, what do you know? Solomon Seal's meaning. Renaissance occultism. Let's see. Well, while that one's the most appropriate, let's use the first. Let's avoid putting in a Star of David. We'll also probably avoid most of the leathering around the edges and just simplify this down into its base components. But let's do that. We'll put it over here on the other screen. Open this and then do... How big do I want this to be? I don't know if I want it quite as big as the Firebolt spell. Or the Fireball spell. So, Fireball is 105 pixels. So it'd be 105 by 105. And it would heal everything in that area. If I grab a Brute... from here, how big's the Brute? Yeah, so you could feasibly heal quite a bit. But then if I do the same thing... over here. Just drop like a Brute PNG. That just heals 1. I think I want something in the middle of these. So 40 to 105, that's 65 pixel difference. Let's, instead of doing 65, let's do 33. 32 maybe. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do 35 actually. We'll do 35. So that's 75 pixels by 75 pixels for us to work with in here. We're probably just going to use white, but I like having the full... do this. And we're going to stick with just the sigil, I think. I'm okay with a small amount of heresy. Let's just not be too heretical. Actually okay with a good amount of heresy, but... you know, there's no reason to, like, insult someone just to insult them. So let's do this. Control-C, Control-V, Shift-H. Control-C, Control-V, Shift-V. Control-C, Control-V, Shift-H again. Hey, look at that. That's a circle. And then we'll create another circle. So shift him, it is shift him. So if we did that here, so we'll go down, 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 down. Do that. And we want this to be probably like that. Is that even? .63 by 63. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Perfect. Now let's do the other bit. Excuse me. No, we can make this even easier. There we go. All right. Now for the bit that is kind of difficult. So let's create a new layer. We're going to create 2 of these. We're going to create a guide layer. Just going to be black. We're going to find the center line of everything, which is weirdly there and there. And then there and there. That's important for this next step, which is actually writing out the sigil. So, if that's our white line there, we'll go down like 2, go out, and then back in. And same thing over here. Out, back in. Like that. And then go like this. Do that. And then that goes to the center. Which is kind of interesting. And we could thicken this up a bit if we wanted. Like we could do like that. And then similarly here. But I think we're going to leave it with the 1 line thickness. Now, this one I think is a little clearer. We're going down 2 each one, right? For its highest points. Yeah. So we're going to do that. This part's going to be a little more interesting because it's got a curve. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. My voice cracked there. That's not the center line, is it? No, it is. It is. We just need to expand everything over by 1. That's easy. Do that. And then like that. And then that comes out actually a little wider, so it's perfect for us. So we can do that. And then something like this. And then we'll go down through to the center. Some of these are going to be a pain in the ass. Specifically this line and this line. This line's going to be pretty simple because it's basically the same as this. We'll do it first. Also, it looks like the line actually passes through both of these, but that's okay. We're just going to do them solid. So if we're going down like that, yep. Then we need... This is kind of interesting. This one has like a little thing there. Kind of like that. And then it has the same curve. Just rotate it out a little bit. The grid in the background's tripping me up a little bit too, which isn't helping. Gonna go out like that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Do 4, I think, and then do it like that. We want this to be kind of even, so we'll do this. do this. And we'll go out 3. And then B. Look, that doesn't look too bad. That looks fine, actually. These two are gonna... This one's not too bad, because it's a circle and then a couple of lines. This one's gonna kind of suck. So let's go ahead and we'll get the circle one done. We're gonna go down like that. And I guess we'll do from here. Alright, like a 9x9 is fine, I think. And this actually does not have the line pass through it. It's a lot like the triangle up there. And then we'll do that. And we've got 2 of these. First one, yep, comes out to the edges of the circle. And then this one's actually a little further out than even this. And it looks like it's offset by 2. So it's going to do like that. Hey, it's mediocre, but it, like, works. Kinda. This is what I'm not excited for. This sucks. This is gonna... Alright, let's break this down into component pieces. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 circles of varying sizes here. The first one of which is going to be like right here. And we'll say 5x5. So everything is going to be based off this because it is the smallest one, I think. So we're going to do this. And then stop that. We're going to do another one. It's going to be over here. And we're going to go like this. 8x8. Yeah, that'll work. And then down. And then up. We'll do like that. And then we'll do Shift M. And then we want another one. This one's going to go down again. So we want our circle to be kind of in here. This is very similar in size to this guy. Not quite the same. So we're going to do like a 6x6, like that. And we'll do up, down. And then this becomes kind of this curl. And that will curl in. Do like this. And then this will come out. Like this, and then up one. Right? And then it actually extends off of this. So let's shift this all over and down one. Yeah, like that. No, it actually extends off of like this. That's fine though, because what we can do, because it's actually thinner down here than what I had depicted, and do that. And then Do the shift down like that. This one's not too bad. This is literally an M. We just have to draw an M on its side in pixel art, which is kind of a pain, but it's not that bad. This one also I don't think is gonna be too terrible. Like, we'll do this one first because it's gonna be more complex if nothing else. Do that. And it's approaching the curve. Yeah, so it's about right there. Translating a lot of this in my head is interesting. And it will be like that. And then we'll hit B. We'll go out. We'll start expanding in size here. Like that. And then this is going to be where the curve tool comes in, because we're going to do, yeah, we'll do like here up to here, and then from here down to here, and then like that. This guy is an inverted triangle with a little bar, kind of like this, but it's going on the top, and it doesn't have the double sides, it just has one. So, we'll do that first. I'm gonna make it the same width, so actually to start, let's just copy this, shift it like that, move it over, and then shift it down like that, right? And then we'll erase this. And we'll go up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Right? And then we'll do like this. Also, I'm noticing this one is actually thicker. All right, so we'll do something like that. And this needs shifted down just a little further. That should be easy enough to fix. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. This is actually shaping up to look kind of interesting. And then I'm actually going to animate it in reverse. So we're going to add a frame and then move it behind this frame. And then we're actually going to be erasing things as we go. So that it kind of like looks like it's being built. Ah, cool. What reel did you like? Oh yeah, this guy. This guy's cool. This guy's cool. He does some interesting stuff. You can wishlist this game on Steam. And it looks kind of interesting. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It's cool. I like the vibe. I like the vibe a lot. Right now he's working on a mini car coin collecting game in Unity, which is neat. Which I actually haven't watched this video, I just read his stuff. So I'm actually kind of curious what this looks like, if the video goes into it at all. I think it does. So let's see. I like the UI. I really like the UI. I kind of like this. I think this could be a very interesting jetpack joyride sort of deal. Yeah, this is neat. I also like the changing environments. The changing environments is cool. It looks like he has a nice shadow shader in here. That's cool too. I will remember to message him later and say that I showed his game off on stream. Anyways, back to the pinnacle of Mars. Yeah, there we go. That's good. And now what we'll do is we'll move this to the bottom layer. And we'll just fill it with black, right? And the reason we're going to do this is so that it's easy to see everything going on. This layer will get hidden in the end, right? But I think that, ooh, we forgot one thing. Which, fine enough, it's easy to build. Now, we're going to do this guy. Okay, so that's our max. We're gonna go here first, and it does the M with these little feet on it. I'm gonna guess that's for Mars. Me knowing almost nothing about Solomonic magic and practices in this variant of esotericism. Okay, so let's get rid of those. Get rid of this. We're going to duplicate this, maybe? No, we're going to go in from here. So we're 1, 2, and then it goes out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is actually where this goes down to. Like that. And then we go forward one more, up and in. There we go. And if I don't say so, if I do say so myself, it doesn't look that far from the original. I did remove the names of what I believe are angels. Yeah, 4 angels. Written in Hebrew. I don't know Hebrew. I should learn Hebrew. Learning Hebrew could be cool. And then I think what we'll do... So we're going to do a Alt-N, move it back one. And I think this is going to be moving relatively fast. I kind of want all the sigils to finish drawing together. And I want these to be moving in opposite directions. So I want this to start filling from this side, and this to start filling from this side. And we'll go like up here. Get rid of those. Get rid of like a good chunk of this. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ooh, and we can actually do... Like, we can have it kind of fill out multiple bits of this at the same time. On the ones that it makes sense to. Like this one it doesn't, because it doesn't go through. But on this one it does. On this one it does up here at the top and on the sides. me. And then we'll do that. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm trying to limit myself to like 4 characters. Kind of. So that'd be 3, and then this be the 4th. So we remove it in rounds of 4. But this 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Actually, this guy's kind of weird because he's gonna do this whole center cross thing. Uno momento. Gotta check something. Yeah, this person's game made me laugh this morning. Looks interesting. A lot of cat stuff and a fun physics glitch. I like their stuff. Can actually follow them back too. And throw that up. And what was the other thing? I know he liked a reel, but what reel? Ah, probably that one. Okay. Have we taken a little bit off of everything? I think we have. Alright, so let's do the next one. The nice thing is we can actually kind of just move backwards each time and just move to 1. So we'll start back out here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then for you, now we'll move to the inner layers. I'm going to consider that 2. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then get rid of that. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do that. 1, 2. What was that on? It's a shame how kind of bad. I'll let you do your thing. Instagram on desktop is so bad, and it is what I use Instagram most on. Give me a moment here. I'm getting notifications that I should probably respond to. All right. What have I and have I not touched? That looks like too much there. Didn't mean to do that. Learned a new shortcut just now. Yeah, so now let's go through and do 1, 2, 3. We'll do that. Just like that. Four, get rid of that one. And then new 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not going to erase that, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I did. Okay. Erased a little more, I think. 1, 2, no, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like I've gone really fast on that. One, 2, 3, 4. That is, I have. So let's rebuild a little bit. And then you should be 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should still be there. And so the same thing on the other side. Okay, now let's get rid of you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Do that. Go back. And then do 1. No? Huh? Do I have something selected? Oh, that's right. It's on layer. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry about that. Phone decided it's going to play audio now. Alright. So, my coffee's getting cold. I'm gonna need to finish that soon. Go ahead up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you are gonna be 1, 2, that would be 3, 4. This one's going to be kind of interesting to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you are going to be 1, 2, 3. We'll do that. I know that that's a little more than 4, but it looks much better. Do this one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And that'll be 4. Ooh, let's do that. We'll leave that one there. That'll mean that whenever we get to this point, we'll just bring these both in and it'll just kind of dissolve down pretty quickly, which should be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Actually, it should be more like, should be coming in, shouldn't it? So it should be like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. We already did that one, and we did the outer edge, right? And then we'll go down 1, do our other 4. 2, 3, 4. One, then we'll go up. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then do that. Go down. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Go up. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. That's perfect. That'll just start dissolving down now. So that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Going to do something like that, and then the next one we'll start working our way down. Like, we'll do these two separate and then start working our way backwards. Right? Is that everything? I think that's everything. We're getting to a point where we have to erase less and less, which means that we're going to be going fast now. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I looked away from the screen for a moment. I thought I had erased everything, but I wasn't 100% certain. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same thing on both sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. This way we can kind of start dissolving down. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That. Go back one. Cool. Huh, I erased that one double. That's okay. Easy to fix. And then 2, 3, 4. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Now it looks kind of like a clock. And just to be sure we erase stuff correctly, we did. Go back over. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Next one will erase that, and then that one will start getting erased. And then we haven't done the outer edge yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. I think. That looks like 4. And we're gonna say that it's 4 then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. And now this one gets erased. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good afternoon, evening for you, but how are you? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm good. I'm good. Been animating. I'm working on the healing spell. Two, 3, 4. And then animating in reverse. So, a little different than the way I normally do this. But it's a pretty easy animation, so. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't do that too much, right? No. Oh, fun. Yeah, I like Git. I like Git. I use Git for all of my project management and have for years. Hey, on the plus side, easy A, right? You'll have to let me know how it goes, good or bad. Oh, shit. Nah. 1, 2, 3, 4. So one downside to my mouse. My mouse has 12 buttons on the side, and every now and again I'll hit one, and I'll get a random zoom in an application, and that kind of sucks. But I use them for everything. Two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You haven't really missed anything. The only thing you really missed was going over some other people's games who I found that I thought were kind of cool. Excuse me. And finding something to represent healing. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's dumb. I mean, I guess, like, it could be convenient. Like, you could, if you, like, had it set up in a way where it's like you walk into the store and you just grab what you want and leave. That'd be nice. But we already have self-checkout. Like, really? What more is it going to do for you? Do I now have to have some kind of social media account to shop at Walmart? That'd be dumb. AI hallucinating me buying caviar when it's a tuna can. That'll be half of your bank account. I love caviar. Caviar is so good. No, it's fish eggs. But like, kinda. It's just like, it's really salty. It's not really salty. It's salty. Let me see. I hope that's an onion art. Like, I know that it's whatever the hell Pop Crave is. Yeah, they're a news site or a news group, I guess. That's interesting. That's wild. It does sound like an Onion article. I don't like that I'm living in one. Like, can I say that? Like, I hate that I'm living in an Onion article. I've had moments now, because my girlfriend and her family, they get the Onion, like, newspaper delivered to read. Which is fun. But there's been a number of times now at her house I read an article from it without realizing that it's an Onion newspaper and don't know that it's not real immediately. Oh, God. Yeah. Which, that sentence sounds like it should be an Onion article, and it's not. That's a thing that actually happened. People are fucking crazy. Alright. I think AI is really good for some things. It's just... yeah, like, I feel like it's being used in the wrong places. Like... the cool thing about, like, using AI for that kind of application... playing devil's advocate here a little bit... is there was a situation in France... where they wanted an AI checkout system to recognize croissants. Cool. Interesting idea. Let's build it. And they did. But what they found out is that it was really, really good at identifying a very specific, very hard to identify type of cancer. By accident. It just happens that these cells look a lot like croissants, and the AI was actually kind of good at finding it. And people weren't. And that's a case where I'm like, okay, AI is cool here. But then I read stuff like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good use. Like your example there, that's a great use for AI. I do that. Whenever I didn't know, like, how to do camera shake, I asked an AI. It gave me a rough outline of, like, how camera shake works. I had, like, an idea. I just didn't know, like, how necessarily to code that. It gave me an idea. I modified what it gave me a lot, and then it worked. But... yeah, it was actually a problem my girlfriend's dad mentioned to me. He is a professor at the local university, and he said that he had an issue with a bunch of his students using AI on their final. However, he did give me a really cool example of how he's using AI at work, or at the university. So, he has to follow these accessibility guidelines, which is good. Like, yeah, cool. We should make learning accessible to everybody. I agree, that's a good thing. But they aren't providing materials that are accessible, so he has to make materials that are accessible. So what he'll do is he'll take a screenshot from the textbook, upload it to an AI, and say, hey, give me this formula. He's a mathematics professor. Give me this formula in LaTeX. Or latex, it depends on how you learn to say it. LaTeX is interesting, though. LaTeX is a very I say simple. It can be very complex. It's a coding language, sort of. That lets you do this kind of stuff if you wanted to. It's used heavily for math. So he has an AI give him LaTeX code of the formula from the textbook so that he can make it accessible to everyone else. No, it's a programming language to display mathematical formulas primarily. It's used in the engineering fields too, a little bit. Alright, let's play this. It's a little slow. Which makes sense. I can have less time between frames, though. First frame 1 opacity live through tag frames currently are only behind. Nah, that's not what I want. So let's do 33 milliseconds. And can I select all frames and do that? Doesn't seem like that setting took. Because that's like 53 frames. It should take less than a second. At 33... no, 33. It'd be 0.33. Can I do that? I guess its lowest is probably 1. Okay. Do I have to go through and I have to... Can I control click? Cool, I can do that. Sorry, one sec. That's better. And then it would stop on that end and we'd get like a point light and probably some kind of like particle effect. Yeah, let's put it on a black background so it's a little easier to see. And let's turn off looping. That might still loop. Yeah. It does, doesn't it? Hide timeline, show preview. I don't remember how to do that. Yeah, I think this will look fine. I think this will look fine in game. This is normally part of... This is like a very low-res rendition of one of the Seals of Solomon. Yeah. It's one of the pinnacles of Mars. This one specifically. Technically, I should have used this one as my reference, but I really don't want to, like, put a Star of David and maybe upset somebody. At least most people, when they look at this one, won't know what it is, and yeah. I don't think I did too bad of a job recreating it, though, in a low resolution. Left the angels' names out. Kind of hard to recreate Hebrew with 4 pixels. So, yeah. I think it looks fine. Like, side by side, I think that looks okay. And then it can animate in and it'll look good. Give me one sec. Refresh this. Okay. We'll go and save this. That's a website. That's not this. We'll do Sigil of Mars. And then we'll put this in our assets. I'm going to create a root A-Sprite folder and start moving my A-Sprite files into this. Because it doesn't make sense not to have them here, at least until release, and once I, like, Excuse me. I actually don't know what the boss graphics for Balatro look like. But cool. Cool that it reminds you of that. I like the way it looks. I think this looks good. I think I did a good job recreating stuff in the lower resolution, and I think it'll work well for like a healing graphic in game. And then this is actually the size that it'll appear as, which is cool. Oh, they use wow, those are just letters. Most of them. Yeah, those are... Is it Aramaic? Let me see. Aramaic alphabet? No, it's a descendant. Or it evolved in parallel. What one is it? Yeah, those are... Let me see here. Pull up these side by side. And that one. Yeah. That's it. Well, mostly, yeah, that's it. Yeah. I knew I recognized every one of these. I couldn't remember what it was called. I'm used to seeing it with the Aramaic alphabet. Like ancient Aramaic, and this looks similar enough. And this looks... Ancient Aramaic looks very similar to Hebrew and all that, so yeah. I knew I recognized them. Unsure, but very cool. I actually almost use a one of the runes, one of the Norse runes for associated with like good health instead of this, but this looked way more visually interesting, so I went with this instead. Control Shift S, Control S, Control E, Shifty. Do I have to do... Oh. Close. Okay. Control S. Okay. The game Paper Lily does have runes with stuff like that. Yeah, give me one second, because I do recognize that. We'll put this in... I don't know, probably environment. I really should just make a sigils folder. Oh, sorry. I need to export it like that, and I also need to disable the background before I export it. There we go. I haven't made a sprite in a minute. That's what I'm learning. Paper Lily, I do recall. I don't know why I know that name, because I feel like I've never played it. Oh, Next Fest. That's cool. Yeah, this game. This is the one you showed me, I think. Or mentioned. The RPG Maker game. That's like, doesn't look like an RPG Maker game, and it's like really solid. Yeah, I do remember that. All right. I almost want a better... I want a better name than Heal the Dead. Heal the Dead, I guess, tells what it does, but... That's nice. That's good. That's good. Using Ruby was always a weird choice to me. I hate Ruby. God, I hate Ruby so much. Yeah. Yeah, I remember now. I remember the conversation. Give me one moment. I will be right back. PHP is fine. PHP's worst thing is variable prefixing, and that exists in PowerShell. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Ow. My hands are starting to hurt from the cold. Hi, Rascal. I'm being death stared by my cat, and I don't know what I've done to upset him. I don't know what name I want for this, but I want something better than this. We'll go ahead and create. That's true. Can't look back at a cat. If you look at him, they want to kill you. Okay, he's just got his... Nope, he's looking at me over his shoulder. Never mind. Rascal, will you go lay down, buddy? Or, like, just stop staring weird at me? Other cat's in the window. He's just, like, back here. You can see him over my shoulder there. Let's create the spell for this, so... that. A public class, it's gonna be an I spell. I think I want another spell type called, like, persistent. AoE is kind of that. We'll do persistent. which I think I misspelled. Yeah, I did. Which will matter later whenever I have it actually show that in-game. Good on that. You are paths dot spells. That. And then this. I'm thinking of ways to make minecart driving the most fun ever, because that's what most of the gameplay is going to be. And how to make it scary. Okay. I believe prepare in this case is just going to be turning the targeting overlay on. And giving it a radius. Which the radius is actually going to be the radius of the A sprite image. Okay, but like what image? I want to know. Didn't mean to have that open. Oh, yes, I did. Because I need to look at you and see how wide are you. So 75. Was pretty sure it was a square image, but I did want to make sure. All right, so 75, and then our... I'm going to create a function in the spell manager that does this, because I'm repeating this over and over again. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go into the spell manager, public static create spell. So it needs to take a position, a string path, we'll call it path to spell, just to be clear, and that's it. So let's go in here and do that. All right. did you pull in numerics? Literally no reason for it to pull in numerics, but whatever. And there we go. And we need to get rid of that. So now we can just do spell manager.cast spell and pass in our two things. Just now we've got a basic one that just lets us do it. It's easy. Excuse me. And I don't have to remember the syntax for adding, for all this stuff. Alright. Yeah. And there's gonna be instant casts that just like cast the fucking spell, but okay, that should work for that. We're gonna have a similar cast situation as the fireballs, but we need to set up a, it'll have a timer on it that despawns it. So we can go ahead and actually create that. What are you thinking about for how to make it scary? Or are you trying to keep that hidden? Despawn is just going to queue free it. This is going to be a node 2D. That needs to be partial. Alright, so this needs to have an animation player. Export animation player. I saw a notification in the bottom right, though I don't know what it says. Or said. Public animation player. And then I'm going to export the duration for this too. Ah. How are you thinking about making it scary? Checking some stuff on another screen real quick. I knew about that bit. I wasn't sure if there was other stuff you were thinking about. Override _ ready. And we'll call animation player.play. Limited light on some areas, so you have to rely. Yeah, relying on a headlamp could be interesting. And then should start the timer. Yeah, because I don't want the timer to auto start. I think I actually need to use a timer node for once. I don't normally use timer nodes. I prefer creating them here. But I think this time is one of those times where I'm going to use the timer. And then timeout, I think, doesn't take any arguments, so I can just have it call despawn when it's done. I can have that. I can have the animation players start emitting the effects. Yeah, so I think this is all we need. And then over here, we just do 2D scene. Kill the dead. People like breaking stuff on a car when going in high speeds, right? But I'm thinking of having things to avoid and break. Yeah, that could be interesting. That could be kind of cool. If I understand what you're saying correctly, I think I do. We need a sprite 2D. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna load a that, and that's like 50 some odd frames. And it's all H, so I think it's like 57. What in 57? 53. That's better. We need an animation player. In here we want to quick load, and they're like science, like you could also have to have the player duck inside their minecart to avoid getting, you know, their head knocked off. If you wanted. That'd be a thing you could do. Gotta build the project once. Otherwise, I can't tell what I've got. Spells cast, yep. That's the one we wanted. Animation player. Animation player needs an animation in it. I called it start. New, start. And then we'll record this. We will create a rest track. Oh, 0.0. That's better. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're just gonna left click a whole bunch now. And I noticed down here it stopped advancing. Not ones. Is it twos? Twos is 45. I should just, I think I can set that to frames, yeah. And we'll just do that. I think that looks cool. What do you think? I think this looks nice. Yeah, I like that. And it'll look even better once we implement the, once we implement particle effects over it. And this is big enough. It can heal a brute, which is the largest character. Or if I go over here and I put like Knight, it can heal a couple of these guys. It only has to kind of overlap with them too, so you could heal quite a few if you wanted. You could group your characters together. But that's up to you. What's the healing? Googling something. There's a Reddit post about healing should be necromancy. Which low-key kind of agree with that. That's kind of interesting. Trying to decide what the card's going to look like for this. But that'll be it for starting. We should probably put some particle effects on this. We'll do GPU particles. We will assign a texture, but I have an idea for that. First off, let's set this to something useful. Like 300. 300 useful. Position from point to sphere surface. Get a little wider. Yeah, something like that. See how it looks better? That already doesn't look like the worst thing ever. And the nice thing is once this particle explosion happens, I just make the sigil disappear. So, like, once I start the particles, once I start the particles, I hide the sigil, I hide the sprite, and then when the particles finish, I just restart it. So let's create something small. I'm thinking maybe 16 by 16. Right? I just heard a noise. That's 305. Someone may be home. I'm going to go with yes, because I hear what sounds like the washer. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So go there. And then we just connect these. Like that. We're just doing the simple cross. We can't make this red. That's not allowed. That is something the Red Cross gets very, very upset about. Yeah. You can't use red crosses on health packs in games. Which is kind of dumb, but that is a thing. So instead of red, we're going to do green. And we'll go ahead and save this out to our A-Sprite file again. I can't remember how to spell particle. And then Control E. Yeah, sure. Do that. Now we can go in here, go into texture, quick load in our health particle that we just added. We might make these smaller or reduce the number of particles down to like 20. We want these to that was pre-processed, not explosiveness. You know what we can do? We can let this go for a second and then trigger a timer whenever the particles stop. Well, we could let the particles be the timer, I guess. Either way, gravity needs reversed. So, velocity. What's that under? Is it accelerations? Yeah. Something like that. We'll go down to material, new shader material, scroll again. We're going to quick load in our glowing particle shader. And we're going to change it from this to like a green color. Something like that. Up that to, we'll say 50. And let's do kind of an explosion, actually. So instead of sphere, we will do point. We'll up explosiveness to 1. So right now they're all spawning on top of each other. We'll go down to accelerations. We'll set gravity to 0, right? Now they're just there. We have a minimum of 0 and a maximum. Gonna make it rather small. A little bigger. Spread is 0. And then we are going to do, what is it? It's not tangential dampening. It's not that. Is it radial? We should scale over time. Go from there down to there. And it should be like a pretty... kind of like that. Points correct. There we go. That's what it was. Do-do-do-do. All right. I really hope that wasn't a cat knocking something down. The context menu is so weird. Yes, it is. You can change it with a registry edit to go back to the Windows 10 one, or if you hold, I think it's Shift and right click, you'll get the old school context menu. Give me a second. I'm gonna run and go grab coffee. Enjoy your puzzle games. I'll see you later. I'm gonna text my roommate and see if he wants pork katsudon for dinner. Assuming he's not just listening to me and will pipe in for once. He does just kind of hang around and chat sometimes. All right. Let's... Let's Google a healing effect. Let's see what most people seem to do, like particles moving up, which we can. Ooh. Curious. Curious how this will look. So that shader that I've applied to the particles there, I can apply that to anything. And it's, yeah, just like this normal glowing particle shader. So let's go here. Do like that. Up the intensity, right? We'll change the color to this like similar green or darker. Yeah, we'll go like that, right? And then we'll go open our animation player. We'll hit play. And then here we will go, instead of 180 and a point, we will use sphere. We will leave that where it is. We'll change that to like 0. Our direction will be 1, -1. And that'll be 0. So that'll go up a little bit, right? New velocity like this. I don't want them to scale. I think I need to lower explosiveness. We can do that. We'll lower explosiveness down to 0. We'll use... the emission radius is going to be as wide as this. So do we get any idea of the scale? Oh. Alright, 75. And that just means that you need to be 75 divided by 2. Oh, wow, that is 37 exact, huh? We'll remove one shot for a moment. We're gonna drop the scale of these. Minimum. We'll make that a little higher. We're going to right, like that. Sent a reel. Let's see what she sent. Cool, good. All right. We are getting close. We're getting close. We need to create a heal area. We needed to create a heal area anyways, because I think that's what some of the angels are going to do. I think that just makes sense for some of them to heal. It also makes sense for us to be able to heal at least a little. Can I... What happens if I do that? So what is a sub-emitter? Hold on. Remove that sub-emitter. Path to another GPU particle 2D node that will be used as a sub-emitter. See particle process material, that sub-emitter mode. Sub-emitters can be used fire. Ah, okay. No longer emit particles on its own. Gotcha. So we can do another GPU particle 2D. Create a gradient 2D texture, right? It's gonna have a fill of radial. 64 by 64 is fine. This is gonna be 0.5. This will be 0.5. And then we are going to invert these colors. We'll move this in here. 0.5 on the X. Right. Do a little something like that. Grab this. I don't know that we need a particle process material for this guy. And I realize that this is all black. That's fine, because what we're going to do is a new shader material. We're going to drop a shader material on it. Quick load, and we'll put our glowing particle shader on it. Hey, look at that. Now we have glowing particles. And we're going to drop this down to like 16 by 16. Or, even better, 8 by 16 long and thin, right? And we get this kind of chunky pixelated look. That's cool. That's cool. And then we can go in here and assign a sub-emitter. Right? Scroll down here to sub-emitter mode at start. Let's see what the different modes are. The amount of particles to spawn from the sub-emitter node when the particle spawns. Like 5 or 10 even. And we'll do constant. What's constant look like? Then over here, we set this up a little higher from 8 to like 300. Right? We have to change their draw order. Actually, what if we did this? Excuse me. Now we'll have them take some force, like, away from where they're going. We'll enable turbulence real quick. We'll see what that looks like. I don't actually know what that'll do here. That's kind of cool. Up the noise strength, right? That looks kind of neat. We'll do a scale over time. So display, scale, new curve. We go from 1. Give it a second. Yeah. Still faster than Unity's. This. God damn it. That. Check out. Alrighty, there's that. We're gonna make these green. I also might go back to white for this. Or we could do these guys. want green, but I want like borderline white green. So we got the glow color. Do that. We'll drop particle 2Ds down 100. And then down here we'll go to 100. We'll tell each one of you on your sub-emitter, if I understand sub-emitter right. And then we'll go in here. We'll set like a like that. Also, I do think we want a gradient texture, actually. That's interesting. Real quick while we can just see it. In all directions, right? And we'll turn gravity off. And then we'll go up here. We'll move that. We'll set this to like 8 by 8. We'll change our fill to radial. Which that looks interesting. Not what we're going for, but it is interesting. These should have a pretty short lifespan too. So let's change time from like 1 second down to like... Or we leave it at 1. Leave it at 1 and then change their scale. And then we'll shift that back. What happens if I like increase the height? And we change, I think it's under angle. Dampening gravity. Set that to 45. Actually, that's fine. Do that. Don't need radial. It's not scale. Is it turbulence? There's a spot where it's starting angle. Ah, there it is. I don't like how fast. Yeah, something like that. This should have a larger spread than it does. Maybe it's just more particles is what we need here. 1,000's quite a lot. Ooh, let's go at end. And then we will change it from we'll change it to like 10 there. And then our scale curve, instead of going down to 1, like that. And we'll drop the minimum speed down. We'll make it one shot again. Okay, I like that. And then in here, I still want my animation. And this is the point that I want this to be. This. That. And that. And back here, I want this to be white. And I want it to be like that. And just real quick, if I set this to white and up my intensity, yeah, it's fine. Okay. So back here should be white. And then here should be like 5. And then we just lock that in. And this one, we don't actually care. Cool. And then here is where we will start emitting the particles. So particles 2D. We'll create a rest track. And then that is what we want it to do here. What is that? Not on. Yeah, there. Values on. So and then when that ends, when that particle effect ends, we'll give them let's do like 100 speed scale. We'll drop our ratio down, right? Interpolate fixed lifetime. I notice they're all still crowding towards the center, which isn't quite what I want. Also, let's make that one again. Sphere surface instead of sphere. Let's try that now. We can turn it on, start a timer, so let's add a timer node, right? Process callback is idle, that's fine. We'll say it runs for 5 seconds. It's a one shot. It's not an auto start. And then its timeout method we'll call despawn. We can add a call method track on the timer. And then down here we'll right click, insert a key, and call start. And that's fine. I think we just call start with nothing and that'll do it. So that'll call despawn. This we can just tell it to turn emitting on, right? So we can do that. That'll start the timer. And then despawn should call a stop animation. So we'll create a new animation, call it stop. We will start with our sprite at frame 53, right? I'm gonna start here. Open our animation player. Still not gonna create a rest track for it. Then we're gonna play it in reverse. Oh. Do that. I fuck this up, this is a pain in the ass. So 52. 51. 50. 49. 48. 47. 46. 45. 44. 43. 42. 41. 40. 39. 38. 37. 36. 35. 34. 33. 32. 31. 30. 29. 28. 27. 26. 25. 24. 23. 22. 21. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. Okay. Cool, and that disappears. The first thing this should do is, well, we could just fade out its intensity. Why don't we do that instead? We'll start with it at a 5 at the green color we use in the start animation. So we'll go here and we'll copy this. That. Right? And then we'll paste it in here. We'll minimize and reopen this because this is a thing that happens. It's very annoying. We'll start at green. We will start at an intensity of what's the intensity at the end of this? 1.609. Cool. Start. Create that track. And then we're just going to drop you all the way down to 0. Right? Alrighty, that should do that. That means that we'll stop it, we'll fade it out. We will stop emitting particles, so we'll set... It's not going to be one shot, but then here, we can turn one shot on, right? So we can do start. Which the default rest state should be when emitting. We'll create a rest track for that. Yeah. So now we can do our start. Timer's running. Timer stops running. We fade out, and then we queue free it here at the end, right? So that should be pretty easy to do. Hey, look, a bot. That's fun. Bots are fun. And then we'll call a method on that. And that will be where we call queue free. Right? Yeah. Yes. So this will be cool. This will be very cool. This is the point at which we will stop healing too. So we're going to create a heal area. It will become its own scene, but for now, it's just going to be an area 2D called heal area. I'll be back. I need to have Hayden start thawing out some pork. Give me a moment. Okay. Sorry, got caught up with roommate. This shouldn't be here. Like, at all. That should be, just stop emitting. Create. There we go. So, now we should be able to do this. It emits. One shot should be off by this point. It should be off by default. So let's do that again. So we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That starts and then that happens. Cool. And then we'll have a heal area. This will get disabled at the start of that. So let's make a collision shape 2D. It's going to be a sphere. Or a circle. Talking like I work in 3D. I've never fucking done 3D. Okay. Now we can heal a little bit. That'll look good. At the start of this, this is where it should become enabled. The default rest state. We'll do that. Right. And then at stop, we disable it again. Okay. And then queue free it. All right, that should be perfect. 4, 5. There we go. So this will do a callback to despawn. Despawn will queue free it. I don't want despawn to queue free it. I want despawn to play stop, which will then queue free it. So that should work. I want to check this. Spell name, heal, space the, space dead. That needs to be changed. We'll just open up spells real quick. Go heal the... Heal space the, space dead. Heal the dead. That's fine. We'll change it in here too. Right? Alright. That works. Okay. Let's make sure we've got it in the card book. That's card, that's not the book. Spell manager, we want a new one. Heal the dead. Heal the dead. Do that. And then we want card book. In card book, we add a new spell. It's probably going to be 600. It will probably be 50, and it will be heal the dead. Alright. It's a spell. We'll make it 100 because healing your summons is kind of powerful. And then our heal area is going to be a new script called heal area. We'll put this wherever our other stuff is. Hit area, hurt area, yeah, all that's here. And then this will take in an entity. It'll have an entity. It'll be private. It's going to have a private void area entered, and then that takes in an area 2D called area. If we want area dot get parent is entity, then we do. Technically, we don't care that it's an entity. You just care that it has high health. High health. Then we do I think we can just do this off their collision shape. Yeah, either or this will work. And we'll do a export public actor type array healable, or what it heals. We'll do what it heals. Get set, right? What's an eye actor? Eye actor, I don't remember. I remember building it. Contains an actor type. And entities, I think, are both. Entity implements eye health. Just eye health, not eye actor. Target type. That's right. Hit points plus health. We need to store the initial hit points somewhere. So we have hit points in here somewhere. That. So we'll create a private float. Initial HP. And then down here we'll just do initial HP is equal to HP. Points. Initial HP is equal to HP, and then down here we can do equals hit points plus health less than or equal to initial hit points question mark then hit points plus health else initial. So this will prevent us from healing things beyond what they should. So what implements actor type then? Public actor type get set. So the hurt area, the actor area. Do I actually use the actor area on everything? Nope, it's there though. Probably should be. That's probably something I removed early on and it broke shit. We can do heals based off of collision area. Yeah, we can do it based off of collision area. So we just control this via collision area instead of the actor type, and that's fine. Or we just add actor type as an as a thing, an entity. Heal amount. say default, we'll equal it to like 20. Actually, we can do 5. Or do we do 20? 20's probably fine, because we're not disabling it on and off. And then we'll go out here. We'll go up here. We'll hit Alt B. And there we go. So now that should heal stuff, and then we need, should go into this. I think we can actually just do that and it'll work. Let's try it. Need to up card book for the card count by 1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. I think that's everything. Watch us have errors. We did build a lot of stuff. That's not right. Oh. We're just gonna let it reload every time for now. That's better. And this is okay. I don't care that we don't have card art for it. We'll go down here. We'll set bones to 1,000. We'll grab I guess we'll grab a brute and a knight. Knight will be easy to test this with too. Grab the brute. Grab the knight. It looks cool in game. Come on, shoot, shoot. No, it's not healing them. Why? Heal the dead PNG, heal the dead PNG, heal the dead PNG. Okay. That's just over the PNG. I don't give a fuck about the PNG. Debug console dot instance dot write output We'll say who we're healing. Healing area dot get parent dot name. Okay. And let's just add a copy of this. Heal sprite.png, and we'll call it heal the dead and put it in the icons. Okay. That needs spaces in it. Okay. Now, let's try it again. I shouldn't have to escape spaces, I don't think. It's just fine. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Grab these. Grab this guy and that guy. We'll set our bones to something like 1,000. That was an accident. Okay. Wave 2. Oh! Wait. If I go into animation player, go to start. Let's invisible collision shapes. Double check you. 20 area entered. Yeah. Make the collision shapes visible. Maybe that'll help. Do this. We'll grab that guy and that guy. You know, it might be easier to test with the brutes. Yeah, so it's there. But nothing's entering it, which means nothing is set to that. Like if I go to brute, what is the collision shape of this set to? Set to 1. Set to check on 1. Is the collision shape disabled? Nope. doesn't make sense. It's just not colliding with it. I wonder if it's because it's not a character body. So like if I set this to let's go into the night real fast. We'll add an actor area, just an area 2D with what its actor type is. We'll set its position to 0, 0. We'll add a collision shape of a rectangle. Do that, and then we'll tell it it's going to check for collisions on 1. Okay, do that. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So now if I did this, and I pull out a Brute's gonna get hit a lot more. And Brute won't heal. This needs fixed. It's okay, it's not hard to fix, it just needs done. See, nothing. But and we can see that one's taken damage. We can heal him. He healed up completely. We can then take set to 10,000. And we can see Healing Knight. Healing Knight. Yeah. So we know it works. I need to add an actor collision box to these, though. That's what I'm learning, because these have damage now, and nothing. Okay. So, easy fix. Add it to the to-do list. We're done for today, I think, because I've got to make dinner for everybody. But we've implemented the spell. We've technically created the card. We need to, like, redo the art. Wouldn't be a bad idea. But that's done. That one's done. That one's done. We can minimize these down. That's cool. And yeah. Technically these are done too. These are going to be a little, yeah, these are finished. So that's done. Didn't add this. Haven't time scaled those. Haven't done this. This won't be done for a bit. Cool. Cool though. I'm gonna call it there for today. Thanks for watching. Yeah. Have a good night.